Hello there. How you guys doing? Happy Thursday. Hope you've all had a good week so far. Yesterday we had the 8-year anniversary celebration. As you can see, the after party is still going back there. The balloons are also still roaming around. I currently have an electric fan blowing air around since it's still a heat wave. So if you see the balloons at some point, don't be alarmed. They might be being moved around by the air currents. So yes. Anyhow, yesterday we were playing. I always forget what the actual name of the game is because the Monkey Island games, their names are also similar and none of them really have numbers. Thank you for the gift sub. So is it Curse of Monkey Island? I think it's Curse of Monkey Island. So I think the first one's Secret of Monkey Island. Then I don't know what the second one is. Then I think it's Curse. Either way, the third Monkey Island game, the one that turns out I never saved my VODs of, so and never replayed to then have a VOD of that game. So yeah, we'll be finishing that playthrough either next week or the week after, depending on how long it's going to take me. I had a quick look how many chapters the game has. It seems like 6 chapters, but yeah, it's just going to depend on how fast I get through the game. So can't tell you when we'll finish it exactly, but we'll be playing it on Wednesdays, and then once that game is done, back to Ultimate. So just, you know, an interlude in between playing Ultima. So we'll be back to it. But the second is LeChuck's Revenge. Okay. Either way, I always had issues memorizing the different names of the Monkey Island games, because to me they're all like, at least Curse of Monkey Island and Secret of Monkey Island both feel like they could be the name of the first game. So yes. It's just yeah, I don't know why they decided to name them like that. You can kind of almost see the orange balloon over in that corner sometimes. But yeah, the electric fan apparently decided to move that one specifically. Anyhow, but yeah, that's going to be happening. But as I was saying, after that, we will be back to Ultima. So don't be alarmed. It'll just, for now, replace the Ultima streams, but we will be back to it. So, yes. But yeah, the 8-year anniversary stream was quite fun. Thanks again for all the support yesterday, because yeah, it's been quite surprising. And yeah, I'm also like saving up to being able to like do more with the background. So yeah, also in terms of how the computer is doing, lately the D drive has been disconnecting less. So after changing a setting about like when the hard drive goes to sleep, anyway, after changing that, it has only crashed once, and that's been a while now. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence, but yeah, there is that. So maybe it's improving, maybe not. Maybe I was just lucky the last few weeks. No clue. But if it's improving, that would be nice. But it's clearly not fully solved because it did disconnect once since then. So yeah, I'm still debating what I want to do regarding like the PC situation, since I believe Windows 10 will stop being supported sometime in the next few months. I think it was this year, right? Like October or something, which is quite soon. So not very happy about that. So yeah, and I think also some drivers won't be continuing to be supported, and at least one of the different streaming software related things I use also had an update where they are no longer going to really focus on making it work for Windows 10. So I'll have to upgrade that soon enough. So with that incoming, it's just, a bit daunting. The like, if I have to reinstall everything. Oh yeah, that as well. So apparently, NVIDIA is gonna stop with doing driver updates for my graphics card. So yeah, overall, I haven't decided yet. It's all very, very daunting because I'll have to switch to either Windows 11 or a different operating system. So like Linux. But yeah, I don't like any of the options. And it does seem like I'll also have to possibly upgrade some other parts. So yeah, I'm just saving up in general while I still continue trying to figure out what's going on. Because if I have to replace the motherboard because of the connectors for the SSDs, I most likely would also have to replace the CPU and RAM because I prefer to like not spend basically the same amount of money on a part that's already outdated, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to, invest the money wisely, not need to then upgrade again like 5 months later. So yeah, I do want to, if I buy new parts, I prefer to get ones that will last me as long as possible. But then if I have to replace those three and also have to switch to a new operating system and also replace my graphics card, like maybe it makes sense to do all of those in one go. I don't know. I'm just dreading it. So we'll see. Like it feels like it would make the most sense to do it all in one go, right? But yeah, I just don't like it. Can't I just opt out of Windows 10 no longer being supported? That would be great. But yeah, anyhow, that's seemingly coming up quite soon. So hopefully I'll figure out what I want to do and how to do it. But yes. Well, the thing is, with graphics cards, it seems like the prices are quite a bit higher than 500 for most of them these days. So, and I don't just use it to play retro games. If I just used it to play retro games, you wouldn't be seeing me right now, because I wouldn't be streaming. I would just be playing the retro games. So, yeah. Thing is, with streaming it and also rendering videos and stuff, uh, there are definitely things that are making demands of my graphics card other than the game I'm playing. Anyway, I have a phone call I need to take. I'll be back in a second. Talks amongst yourselves. I'm back. What's going on? Oh, fine, because of the... Yeah. Anyways, back from my phone call. All done. It's great that so many places seem to be really eager to schedule phone calls without asking you about, the scheduling part of things. So, anyway, done with that. Language. I don't really speak proper Dutch yet, so I tend to communicate in English. But anyhow, at least that's all done now. So no other phone calls expected. But yes, I believe I missed part of the conversation while I was gone. Um, yes, was totally in video calling me. But yeah, because of like what I recently heard about how Intel and Nvidia have been doing, I've just been hesitant to go with them for like buying new stuff. So I guess AMD, but yeah, I don't know. It's all, as I said, very daunting. I tend to really struggle to like really process any of the information about computer parts. So, but yeah, both of those companies seem to be being a bit weird. So, yeah. I do hope the computer parts industry can solve itself at some point, but it seems that hasn't happened just yet. So, yeah, I don't know. But it feels like I'll have to figure it out soon, because at least the Windows 10 deadline, I think it was coming up in October. I don't know when exactly, but I feel like I vaguely remember it being like sometime this October. Let's see, can I quickly figure it out? Um, yeah, so apparently 14th. So they moved it further. Yeah. Well, either way. I also know that I don't know if it was OBS or my chatbot or one of the different programs I use for the purpose of streaming had an update where, as part of the update, like in the notes about the update, they said, like, oh, by the way, we're stopping support for Windows 10. So, yeah, I will have to switch. But, yeah, regardless, it's a bit of a mess. And I'll just have to figure out how to untangle that mess. So, wish me luck with that. But yeah, yeah, exactly. So the program's dropping support. It seems to already be happening, even though Windows 10 hasn't been discontinued yet. So yeah. But as I said, I'm not 100% sure which one it was. So I use OBS and Mix It Up mainly. So I think it was one of those two. But yeah, regardless, I was quite shocked when I saw that that update would not be suitable for my current setup. So yeah, it feels like the issues are just compounding. So, yeah, I don't know what my decision is going to be, but regardless, I do know it's going to cost plenty of money to upgrade parts. So, yeah, I'll just have to figure it out. And, yeah, as I said, like with my graphics card currently no longer being supported at some point in the near future. Also don't know when that one is. But I think that one might also be a few months away, or maybe next year. But yeah, it's not as far away as I would prefer it to be. So I have a lot of decisions to make. Oh boy. Lucky me. But for now, today we'll just be continuing Anachronox and pretending that those decisions are not looming over my head. Because, yeah, that's much nicer. So let's just do that. Okay, starting up the game. I think for this game I needed to switch my desktop resolution because it is very specific about which window size it wants to run in. So if stuff freezes for a second, don't be alarmed. There, that should be correct now. And there we go. Yeah, Violet has never gotten an upgrade. Yes, Reginald does need a hat. So, I've been thinking about maybe in September doing some sort of event thing for Reginald to decide which hat or hats he ends up getting. Since, well, odds are I'll be making all the hats myself. So, I can't make them all simultaneously. So I will have to decide. So, yeah. Also haven't figured out the details yet. Like, I just had my 8th anniversary and that also kind of snuck up on me, so... We're just kind of... running this channel chaotically at the moment. So, yeah. Stuff is in the process of being figured out. So, yes. But yeah, it was definitely fun to be revisiting, technically, Monkey Island 3, considering the fact that I remember so little about it. Oh, wait. I guess that happens when you stay on the logo screen for longer. The logo fell. Are they gonna lift it back up again and just repair it? Yeah, they lift it back up again. Nice. Yeah, so plan is I'll be continuing Monkey Island 3 next Wednesday. So, yeah. There. So, I'll have to figure out where my save is. So, I think it's this one. Yeah, I think this one was right before. But technically I could redo this one. Like, I still have my notes from last time. Because then we can redo the cutscenes and get more of a reminder of what's going on. Yeah, I use Windows 11 on my laptop. And it seems like it's mostly the same, but some stuff still seems to be glitchy at times. So, yeah. It was definitely after upgrading to Windows 11 that laptop had issues connecting to its own, like, installed camera and microphone, as in, like, built-in. So, yeah. I'm still not sure what was causing that issue, but yeah, that just makes me more reluctant to switch my main streaming setup over to Windows 11, because, you know, being able to connect to my, well, plugged in camera and microphone is kind of relevant for that. So, yeah. Anyways, let's just play the game for now. So, yeah, I think this was during the countdown. Yep. So I'll just try and redo this part because, as I said, that way I can see the cutscene again. Because I feel like that's going to be a good reminder of what's going on. corner. And then up that ramp. I do remember it was a very long cutscene. But I think... Oh, yeah. Missed the exit again. Where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a lab coat, but it's really not. Also, you're not generally going to have a collar up like that on a lab coat. But, yeah. Wait. Was I supposed to go that way? No, I don't think so. Not through there. I'm confused. Oh, this way, I think. Yeah. And then that door? Yes. Okay. And then I need to find, I think, gate number 12. So hopefully I can remember the layout of this place. But yes, it definitely feels like, well, things, electronics and stuff, used to be made to last a bit longer than they are now. Because, I mean, the graphics card, so the 1080 that I'm currently using right this moment, so that one's from, I think, 2018. So, 7 years ago. And to me, that's, like, quite a reasonable amount of time to expect it to last. But, yeah, apparently, according to Nvidia, I'm already pushing it.
Engines are warming up. Where is she?
I mean, it's not like I'm playing
Oh my god.
the newest of games, so...
Can't we wait for her in space?
No kidding. Let's go. We give her one more minute.
I can't believe you waited for me.
There, those go. And regarding the who buys Apple stuff, well, to me, previously I was using Android, and those lasted even shorter amounts of time. So, it feels like, regardless of which company or operating system you choose for your phone, just expect for it to not last very long. Because it probably won't. Well, I'm currently using a, well, second-hand iPhone, and it's been lasting for a while now. So, like, I had a Samsung smartphone. I can't remember the exact model anymore, it's been too long. I've had 2 Sony Xperias, and like different generations of it, and yeah, I wasn't really happy with any of them. So, but they lasted some years. Oh,
Hold on,
right,
kids,
I have to
I'm getting
redo
out
the
of
shuttle segment. Oh boy. Forgot about that part. We'll see if I can manage this time. Like, I mainly wanted to rewatch the cutscene that comes after this. It doesn't really allow me to save in between. Because there's just so much happening. Rude. Dang it, so close. Yeah, I also had a Sony laptop. I still have it. Just not sure how well it works at this point, but yeah. But I was talking about the Sony smartphones, and oh boy, I'm doing even worse than last time. Why is this cutscene the way it is? Well, not cutscene, minigame. Why is this minigame the way it is? It's also kind of difficult to know which ones I really need to dodge and which ones are irrelevant. So much movement. This minigame is not for me. But worst case, I could go back to my save, I guess. Managed to dodge that one for once. Okay. Oops. Too close to that to dodge it. Almost too close to that to dodge it. Why does it have to be so zoomed in? Really? Okay, almost. Just need a couple more seconds and yes. Okay. Cutscene time. Just cutting the earth open like it's an avocado? I feel like that's the closest comparison.
There's a shockwave right on our tail.
Well, get out of the way.
I can't. We've got to get to that cinder spike. Come on, come on.
There it is!
Yeah, like how long has it been since that series was released? Because if it's been like, I don't know, like 4 or 5 years already, then that means it's gonna last me even less than the previous one, probably.
The greatest minds of our galaxy, all dead and gone. Gentlemen, science was just set back 100 years.
Oh, cry me a river, sister. You blew up the planet with that
Right.
little
That wasn't Earth.
experiment of yours.
You don't know what you're talking about. That mist tech you saw was responding to the spatial disturbance that split the planet in half. Nothing more.
She's right, Ace. Shut up and stop trying to look smart. We've got bigger problems.
Engines are dead. Navigation's kaput. And who knows where that cinder spike put us. I can reroute the auxiliaries to pump up life support, but that'll only buy us about 2 weeks. With any luck, we'll drift into a populated system before food runs out.
What are we gonna do until then, man?
Try not to go crazy. Is it you, John?
No. He said it wasn't in the Wu-Chan system.
Ha! That's 20 questions. You guys lose.
So what was it?
Anachronox. Man, you guys are dumb.
But you said it started with a U.
Yeah, I know.
We cried for a while. And I said, if you don't think it's love, then leave.
And was it love?
The exact words were, it's love, but it's not in love.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Are you sad?
I'm all right, pal.
But you don't have a home anymore.
I haven't had a home since I was 16. I'm okay, pal. Really.
Bad, bitch.
Day 9. Bust out the violins. Try day 300.
Look, you left a sock over there. Over there. Is it so hard to pick up after yourself?
What? I was gonna pick it up tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? You son of a...
Should we stop them, man?
Let them kill each other.
Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! Eat it!
Dang. And then even more cutscene.
Mwah, mwah.
I don't think that's hygienic.
Hi. Step back, sister.
Are you kidding? I've been waiting a long time for this.
Also, haven't they been low on food and stuff? So how are they this fit? So, let's start on that one. They were guarding AMD graphics cards. I don't really know much about them. Like, I don't know why they'd be worse or better for streamers exactly. I don't know. But my main goal is trying to upgrade to stuff that will last me a similar amount of time, or longer. And, yeah. Don't know how feasible that's gonna be. Because I just really hate having to upgrade. I can tell. I just want stuff to work, so I don't have to worry about it. So the longer I can go between upgrades, the better. So, well, as I said, I don't fully know, but yeah. It just seems like both Nvidia and Intel in the last few years have had quite the number of issues with, like, delivering faulty products, and in the case of Intel, also always being low on stock as well. So I just don't know how reliable they are. I just want something that lasts, and that doesn't self-combust, and that works. So, it's a work in progress. So, can I cook? Oh, what? Spatial disturbance that split sunder. Right, that was the planet I was previously on. That wasn't Earth. But yeah, as I said, I don't know all the context, so. Yes. Anyhow, like the fact that this setup has lasted me, well, 7 years. A bit over 7 years even. I'd say that's already quite good. And, yeah. I kind of want to go for that again, but yeah, the market seems to have just changed a lot since then, so. Where was I? The spatial disturbance that split Sunder in half must have activated my mistech. If I'm right about its properties, it's the only slag that's active. Wait. It's not the only slag. I think every slag mistech around the galaxy can now release the energy that's always been dormant inside it. I'm still confused by the plot. We were drifting in space for a few days before I noticed that my pocket was glowing. It was slag I keep with me for sentimental reasons. I didn't want to jump to conclusions until I could test it out in an open space, but I was pretty sure I knew what it meant. I've been anticipating this for most of my adult life. So, if the coast is clear, I want to share my thoughts and findings with everyone before we move on. Which, as far as I know, it's like basically immediately after she said that. Let's use that worktop over there. So. Yeah. In general, also like with the upgrades and stats between the different parts, it's difficult for me to visualize what difference it would make to me and how I use stuff. So, yeah. But, like, I feel like in the grand scheme of things, I'll only really know after I've already spent the money and I already have the parts and I'm using them. And then it's kind of too late. So, yeah. Don't know. And I'll only really know that it only lost me 3 years after 3 years. So, if any of you figure out how to see into the future, let me know. This should only take a few minutes, so humour me and pay attention. You're gonna love it. Okay. It appears you need 3 things to cast Mistech. First, most obvious, is you need a slag of Mistech, such as the one I employed so effectively in battle just now. As you saw, this one creates a damaging fire effect. For lack of a better name, let's call it Fire Slag. If my speculation is correct, different slags have different powers, so I'll have to experiment with other slags we run across and test their effects. More on that in a minute. Also, how do I tell the difference between the different slags? Second thing you need in order to cast Mistech is an energy source. Once again, surprise, surprise, the theories in my book were correct. The glowing rodents, or lodents, originally found on Hephaestus, along with Mistech, were not a coincidence. Alien technology related to Mistech, maybe even the Mistech itself, must have irradiated the lodents as an energy source for the slags. So, like, how does that work? Like, so, the Mistech, like, it's basically broken pieces of something, and they seem to be metallic broken pieces of something. So, those broken pieces need radioactive rodents as an energy source. So those broken pieces irradiated the rodents to use them as an energy source. How? Like, I don't know why it specifically requires rodents. But anyhow, Mr. consumes the radioactive rodents as easily as our shield cells do. Wait, the shield cells also use the radioactive rodents? That means energy is our ticket to using Miztech. Now, use the last and most important element. No, now the last and most important element in casting Miztech is you. Miztech needs a conduit to channel out its awesome energy. Without a person to cast it, Miztech is nothing. The slag can somehow read the caster's emotional condition based on various metabolic changes, determining the outcome of the casting in the process. Think of it like a super advanced lie detector. Call it galvanic response polarity. Intensity and anger may trigger one function, while panic and concern may trigger another. For example, the same fire slag can both burn an enemy and extinguish a burning friend. Just as a bane slag that normally hurts an enemy will heal if cast on yourself. But I thought she had only really used the fire slag, so why did she know about the bane slag? Also, side note about the computer parts discussion. Let's say the company that released the part, whichever company that may be, goes bankrupt. Let's say in 2 years. Presumably you wouldn't get driver updates anymore. So at that point, would that part kind of become useless? Faster than the parts that still get that still get updates? Because I would assume so, right? So it's just so needlessly complicated to make this decision. Anyhow. So Bane Slag normally hurts an enemy, but will heal if you cast it on yourself. But if you cast it on a friend, I don't know. Miss Bowman, Mr. Boots is looking a bit funny. In other words, Mr. Boots, all you have to do is get mad at bad people, feel worried about friends. Miztech should take care of the rest. It's as easy as just wanting to use it. By the way, this may interest you, Mr. Matavastros. My studies of bloated consumption indicate the speed in which they're used increases the power throughput of the Miztech. Take Harbin's binary law of NRG, whatever that was. You can use gloatants at rates of 1, 2, 4, or 8 times the input level of the device. You reject that binary level graph we discussed in the shuttle? Are these dots supposed to be the graph? I guess. It's vaguely like valence shells of electrons. The energy flow locks to certain steps or stages, each twice the cost of the last stage. Beyond 8 times the base level, certain values approach infinity, so that seems to be the hard limit. So, 8 times base level. No doubt, Doctor, no doubt. Perhaps you might summarize for the layman in the big coat. In a nutshell, whatever the cost of operation is at its lowest, next level will cost you twice as much, so on until you reach 8 times. Not only that, but I suspect higher level devices may have lower level effects built in, such that different power levels might produce different effects. Got it? Good, because I'm done. Was that so awful? We're all taking part in a grand experiment, people. Keep an eye out for one mistake and snap up all the glowdents you can. We're gonna need them. Okay. So, I guess we just start exploring this place. I mean, I did save after previously going through that cutscene, but I'll just do it again. Just to make absolutely sure. Yep, there we go. Okay. So let's go through this door. Who are you? Don't look fully human. Welcome to Wotan. My name is Kiever. I'm cultural attaché and diplomatic liaison for the hospitality committee. There's a hospitality committee. Please accept my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Democratus High Council. Those sentry robots should never have been on active duty. By the time we realized our mistake, the automatic tractor beam system was already locked on your shuttle. Yes. Well, I have to cut my greeting rather short. The High Council just called an emergency session, putting the entire administrative staff, myself included, on full alert. Feel free to roam the city, make yourselves at home while we resolve this emergency. I'll be in touch. I'm not sure how useful Chromebooks are for purposes like streaming. Most of what I know about Chromebooks is that they're supposed to be good at using, you know, Google Chrome. Where'd the other ones go? Did I leave them behind? Why are they still standing here? You there. Anyway, I guess this vindicates me in the scientific community. Too bad there's no scientific community left. Whoever or whatever caused that disturbance is responsible for the death of 6 million people. There's nothing to suggest it won't happen again. Here, these shield cells should give us a little protection from whatever lies ahead. Come on, let's get off this rock. Okay. Then... Don't like this place, makes me feel funny. Okay. And you join back up. My dreams have come true. Miss Tech is active and I'm alive to see it. And this is only the beginning. I suspect we've only just begun unlocking its secrets. Let's get our hands on as many slags of Miss Tech as we can. Someone's gonna stay behind and watch the shuttle. Pal. Sorry, pal. I mean, pal isn't very good at combat, but I don't really know what I'm facing, so I'll assume pal will just be able to handle the situation. Are you levitating? Can I learn how to do that? Do that? You sure? I'm afraid all our resources are diverted at the moment. Our crews will work on it as soon as they're free. So I guess they're doing some sort of maintenance. Maybe if we cut the feed wires? I've been through this already. We might disarm them, but we'd lose control entirely if they ever came back online. I'd rather not. I'll just be on my way. Doesn't seem like I need to talk to them. And they seem busy. And that's combat. Okay. There. Okay, that one's dead. And he's not really in range of any of them. So, go move over there. And then you should be able to attack the closest one. Very strange looking attack, but it works. Not sure why these two are on full health. But they are. Pew pew. Just to finish off the PC parts topic for now. It also feels like there's almost as many opinions as there are people on like what the best strategy is. So yeah. It feels like there's no one correct answer. So yeah. I'll just continue the process of trying to figure out what I want to be doing. But if you guys have any specific information, feel free to share it on the Discord. Sorry to interrupt, but I just dug up some interesting info on this dump. Formerly known as Tevelin 2, the planet of Darkratus was made up of hardline isolationists before the sudden fall of Emperor Dukaline? It's probably not how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's how I'll pronounce it. Like a lion, but Duka. Anyway, before the sudden fall of Emperor Dukaline last year, they've only recently become interested in interplanetary relations. Words. They're tricky sometimes. The whole planet is run by committee. They're extremely bureaucratic, with an elitist class living in a ring floating around the planet, and a working class that has been relegated to the surface. Limited access visitors report amazing technology, but none of it is allowed to be exported. Either that helps or it doesn't. Have fun. Okay, so no exporting technology. Does that mean I'm not allowed to buy anything here? And if I do, I have to leave it here? Hope not. Because I'll probably forget about that and buy stuff anyway. But who knows, maybe it's just scripted that I'll get into trouble when leaving. Or maybe leaving will once again involve the entire planet being torn apart. I don't know. So, Sergeant Guff. I'd stay out of the hangar bays if I were you. Those malfunctioning rowboats will kill you without a care. I mean, pretty sure I'll manage. Hell, I'd be a good neighbour and invite you inside, but nobody's allowed in the council chambers when there's an emergency meeting in session. It'll only take a second. I need to ask them to fix our... I think that's the shuttle? Our jalopy? Look, I'm sure your business is all very important, but the High Council's in the middle of a very important emergency session. Can't just knock on their door and sweep you in. They're very serious about not being disturbed. Only allies of the council are trusted inside. So, how do I become an ally of the council? I must gain their trust. So the only way I'll be allowed to talk to them is by finding a way to talk to them? Because how do I gain their trust without talking to them? In order to gain their trust, you must prove you prove you think like them. I don't have to prove I like them, just that I think like them. My reading comprehension is apparently still starting up. No, I haven't seen it yet. I'll check it and see if I can quickly look through it. Oh, you mean the part about Razor? Yeah. I did see that. So, why don't you vote in today's election? If you're of like mind, they will consider you an ally of the council. Okay. It's a very strange council. So, like, the only people who are allowed to talk to the council is ones that already agree with the council. Okay. So, how do I vote? Closest voting station is outside the Votarn Administration Center. Take this hallway all the way down and you'll end up in the city district of the ring. Just ask for directions. You'll find it easily enough. Sure. So, I guess that is the outside the building? Because we're still inside of the space station, if you can call it that. It supposedly is a ring around the planet. But I guess the closest term we have for that is space station. Because it is kind of in orbit. But the ring is probably more rotating rather than orbiting. Because, like... Anyway. Those blue things on the sides of their heads additional eyes? Because if so, are these guys related to spiders? They don't work? Ah. I'd assume gravity or something gets in the way. Pesky physics. I mean, also not sure how you'd even get to that point of having it. Because, like, how do you assemble that? Yeah, also gravity not being uniform. I mean, the surface of the planet also isn't smooth. And neither is the density of the materials under the surface. So, makes sense. But yeah. But even just, like, the idea of constructing it. So, imagine it's a giant ring that's big enough to fit around the planet without touching the planet. materials, but also where do you even assemble that? Like, even the pieces of it would have to be gigantic. How do you then get that up into space? How do you then assemble the entire ring out of the pieces that were, like, as big as you could manage to make them? And then you still need to, like, figure out how to make it rotate and, like, adjust to any, like, fluctuations or anything. And that's if gravity was completely even. So, I feel like overall it's just... yeah. How? That doesn't seem to go anywhere. Yeah, my point is that presumably you'd have to build something on the planet and then launch that into space. Like, you're not gonna mine, like, iron ore out in space, probably. So, there's gonna be some steps you'd have to do on the planet, but then the sending it up into space and then assembling it. Yeah, not sure about the logistics. Especially considering how, well, rocket blew up again is still quite a frequent headline. So, I guess you'd have to assume that at least some of the parts end up blowing up in a giant explosion. So you'll need even more. They're kind of blocking that door, but I'm not sure I need to go there. So, I mean, not the most convenient staircase. I can't use that door anyway. Yeah, exactly. But, like, overall, there's also, like, the idea of having a space elevator. So basically, like, a satellite that's holding like a cable or something, and then you just send stuff up and down, and as far as I know, that's also not realistic to actually do. Is Blue Sky a Twitter clone? I'd say maybe the way Twitter used to be. Not the way Twitter is now, but what's left of it. So it's close to the old Twitter, but it's not identical. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's a realistic thing. To me, it was just another example of another concept that's been floating around that probably won't work. Yes, I'd say the closest thing to compare it to is, yeah, Twitter from years ago. But even then, I think it's possibly a bit more decentralized than that. Not 100% sure. So, I wouldn't say it's a one-to-one clone. But I would say it's the closest thing to compare it to. From the user experience side. But they might still be lacking some features. Which they're probably already working on. Guessing this is some sort of bar? I guess it's a coffee shop place. Jejune Juices? Welcome to Jejune Juices. A mission to provide the voters of Democratus with the highest standards of excellence in the purchasing, juicing, and fresh delivery. It's our mission to provide the voters of Democratus with the highest standards of excellence in the purchasing, juicing, and fresh delivery of our drinks. There. Did it. So, yeah, like I think one of the issues I've heard pointed out was the, what material would you make the rope or like cable or whatever for the space elevator out of to where it wouldn't snap under its own weight? So, stuff like that. I don't know. I don't think I want any of those right now. You're missing out. As usual. That staircase does not look safe. Kind of hit your head on it and then you almost fall down here. What is this place? I want to buy and sell. Wait. Here's Glodens for sale? Alright. I currently have 3. It's good to know that they're being sold. Don't know what a Bane device is. Apparently it's fair. And all of them think that it's okay. Alright. Okay. Wasn't aware that it meant anything, really. Damages may cause erratic consciousness. What? What is erratic consciousness? Yeah, I'll just not buy anything, I think. Maybe sell stuff? Fine, maybe I should, party. And then equip best for all of them. Okay. So that should be an upgrade. And I guess I can sell the old shield cells. Potentially. So those are the new ones, these are the old ones. So I'll sell the old ones. Apparently I can only sell one. Okay. Just one at a time. There. Because I don't think I'll need those again. Since I even have, I think, one more than I need. Time Minder Tear? Yeah, I think for the other stuff. Other than maybe selling weapons. You forget sensible shoes. So you're going for senseless shoes instead? I don't know where my old weapons even went, so... I'll just leave. Alright. At least got another 150 of the currency. And I don't know what this place is. Feels like it's going to be important. We're going to talk about the Emperor. He was an evil man. We're glad he's gone. Okay. Did a bird just fly through here? I guess the Emperor didn't disappear, he just turned into a bird. A bird that appears whenever you speak of the Emperor. So, what is this? Not registered to vote. Okay. So, how do I fix that? When I register to vote, there's a fellow registering people near the viewing window. Okay. I have a feeling that I'll then have to register to register to register to register. It feels like one of those quests where I'm supposed to just be running back and forth between like 5 to 10 characters. But we'll see. Where's that viewing window? This here? You there? You the one? Don't look like you're from around here. You planet dwellers from the surface? From all over the system. Have you registered to vote? Judging from the absence of a voting button or a voting button on your sleeve, let's say not. Here's the deal. You have to pay a loony if you want to stay and vote a piece. That sounds like a scam. I'm Atramus Heath, Field Liaison of the Wotan Inter-Ring Tax and Tariff Commission. Municipal law stipulates that all guests of our city must participate in our democratic process. All voices will be heard, except for the ones that can't afford to pay the amount. Since today is an election day, you must vote, and in order to vote, you must pay me a loony to register. Vote or leave. But we can't leave, our shuttle is damaged. That's none of my concern. You're required by our laws to register yourself to vote. Please don't make me take desperate measures to ensure it. Bundespräsidenten-Ordnungsverschiebung. But yeah, that's a very strange system. So, either you leave, which you might not be able to, or you pay, which you might not be able to. So, what's the third option? Getting thrown out the airlock? Make me, Onion, you're just talking out of your gas pump. Time to pick a fight, apparently. Son, did you eat Trotsky for breakfast? Pay the man the fee. We're in no position to piss off the locals. He's threatening us, I'm not paying. It's the principle of the thing. I'm afraid I'm forced to call security. Security! What's the problem here, Mr. Heath? I don't know. Is there a problem here, citizen? Yeah, there's a problem, officer. Mr. Heath's panhandling for money. It's disgraceful. As you can see, these strangers refuse to register to vote. Will you please call for backup? Just a moment, sir. HQ's on the radio. Yes, sir. Officer B6 here. Over. Yes, sir. Mr. Atrimus Heath and some planet dwellers, sir. Yes, sir. See, sir? Of course I will, sir. This instant, sir. Are these the visitors that just docked? We're under orders from Mr. Caber to extend them only the utmost courtesy. They are guests of the High Council. Mr. Caber? Really? Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Of course you don't have to pay the registration loony if you're under the auspices of the High Council. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I'll continue being difficult. How about some gas and food? And lodgings on the house? I'm sure we can arrange something for you, Troubles. I'll talk to someone at the Republic Inn about getting you a discount. Huh. Yeah, apparently. Discount? I don't think a free night's out of the question after having to put up with you jokers. Fine. Free night if you insist. Yes. Here are each of your voting buttons. Wear them proudly on your sleeve. Since you haven't any Democratan electronic voting devices, I shall give you a sample ballot on paper. Read it carefully. Okay. I'll take a picture of that. Okay. So, Proposition 1. Shall the maximum ramp angle throughout Voturn be 45 degrees? As opposed to what? Then Proposition 2. Shall cyclical vomit torture be abolished as a form of punishment for first-degree murder committed by planet dwellers? Only planet dwellers. And Proposition 3. Shall the preparation and selling of dangerous squizzle beats for consumption be a misdemeanor? Proposition 4. Shall Poussey Cafe be the official color of next year's Festival of Choice? Is that a real color? Because if so, I want to see what color that is. It's a layered drink? But it doesn't seem to be standardized which colors necessarily. Like, there's definitely some similarities between some of them, but don't know. Anyways, not sure what color that's gonna be. Proposition 5. Shall Outworlder possession of narcotics be punishable by death? By death likely sentence. Immediate complete use of all substances in possession. There's two meanings, okay. Is there one that just means a color? Doesn't seem like there is one. I don't know. But regardless, it seems to be drinks related. But yeah. But like the only Outworlder possession. So once again wondering what the what's the opposite of Outworlder? Inworlder? Like, I wonder what non-Outworlders have as like, punishment for that. Don't know. Then Proposition 6, not 3, 6. Shall it be a felony to possess, sell, or export bipedal meat for globbering consumption? I guess terrestrial versus extraterrestrial, but like specifically like Outworlder, what would the opposite of that be? Because I feel like that there should be a similar word that just means the opposite, like Outworlder, Inworlder, but I don't think that's a thing. Anyhow, Proposition 7, shall planet dweller. So I guess that's not really the word I'm looking for, because they also have the people who live in the ring that's orbiting or rotating around the planet. So and they're not considered to be Outworlders. So regardless. Shall planet dweller deforestation of Woji's forest for door herding be allowed? And Proposition 8, shall marriages between ring dwellers and planet dwellers be recognized by the state? So I'll have to figure out what the council's opinions of those are. I think that might be a bit tricky. So, hope you're aware that if you don't vote in today's election, we're allowed to kill you. If you're looking for someone to discuss the issues of the day with, an ally of the council might be of assistance. They wear 6 pearls of wisdom on their skulls. So maybe those are the blue things that I kept seeing. Now you're ready to participate in the election. Once you've decided on the issues, go to the voting booth just down the street. Happy voting. Sorry about the mix-up. Well, at least I got my death threats. That makes me feel better. So, are those 6 pearls of wisdom on your skull? I don't know. They also have the blue spots in their skulls. These two don't. But at least... Oh. Okay, so this one has... 4? This one just has 2? So... I guess I need to find someone who has 6 instead of 0, 2, or 4. Well, I think it's the dots on the head. I just don't know where the next set of dots would be. Yeah, seems like they don't have the required number. This guy does. That's 1, 2, 3 on each side. So, only got one thing to say to anyone thinking of voting against Proposition 6. Okay, Proposition 6, what was that again? So, Proposition 6 was, shall be a felony to possess, sell, or export by Pedri meat for globbering consumption. So, I'll have to take notes on all of the different propositions. So, Proposition 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So, only one thing to say to anyone thinking of voting against Proposition 6. It's Democratans do not eat by Pedri meat, period. They're too productive to waste as food. Most ring dwellers are unaware that nearly 3,000 by Pedri were slaughtered on the surface of Democratus for the purpose of an outdoor activity called globbering. By Pedri bound for slaughter are often crowded into cargo pens made for smaller animals and travel many cycles without sustenance, I think it was. It's painful and cruel, and we must put a stop to it. Okay, so he's a friend of the council, and he says I should vote for number 6. Okay. Any other opinions? By Pedri Salvation is not a collection of knee-jerk activists looking for a cause, but responsible members of the community. I myself am an ally of the council who believes in death with dignity for every by Pedri. Or open discourse. Okay. What temperatures are the ones that are too cold? Just curious. That one's a friend of the council. Ally of the council, whatever. 10 to 15, yeah. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned before, but like 15 degrees is basically my favorite temperature outdoors, not indoors. Because like, it's the perfect weather to wear a hoodie. And feel comfortable that way. Like, a few degrees up and down also works, but around 15 is perfect. Yeah, 15 indoors is a bit cold. As well as personally being an ally of the council, my sister is an assistant for one of them. Last night she told me how they voted on Proposition 3. My. Did you see his eyes light up? Bet you're just dying to know how they voted. You better take advantage of this situation. Yes. Quick thinking, my friend. Just noticed. I'm rather thirsty. I'll tell you how the council voted on Proposition 3 if you bring me a quack juice from Jejune Juices. Fine. I'll just take a picture of that, so I don't need to note it down. Yeah, my favorite for indoors is basically 24, but yeah, I've gotten a bit less picky about it lately. But it also depends on other factors. Central heating, as in, like, having, like, a boiler? And radiators? Is that considered central heating? Like, I don't know, like, what the exact definition of central heating as opposed to gas heating is in this case. So. Oh, fine. I didn't catch that was about a carding. Yeah. Like, I've heard of a couple different types of heating, but I feel like most of them are central heating. Or are you talking about having, like, a big, like, gas oven thingy? Where you just have the one heating unit that also, like, has, like, the gas burning in there. Because over here it's more common to, like, have, like, one thing that does that part, the, like, burning the gas, but it heats up water, usually, and then the water goes into the radiators. You don't really have the gas lines just running everywhere, so. Okay, yeah. So it's more the having one giant block that's a heater that itself is the thing burning the gas. Alright. As far as I know, that's how things used to be a while ago. But I think the more recent technology is the having the radiators spread out. Where are the other ones going to be? So, no doors there. Wet heating? Well, I guess it is basically using the heat storage and transfer capabilities of water, so yes. Kind of accurate. I mean, also in terms of humidity, because I mean, even when it doesn't rain for a while, it still ends up getting quite humid, because, yeah, there's just water all around. But maybe I can look at that. Like, I'm not sure if that type of boiler is called a heat pump. I don't think so. But I guess it is pumping around heat still. It's just difficult to really define those things. But there. Clicking on links on mobile is difficult. There, managed. Yeah, I think I've seen some of those. I feel like most of the time that I've seen ones that look similar to that, they were just electric, not using gas. Wait. Did I just come back out the same way that I walked in there? Okay. So in terms of air conditioning or in terms of not heating? Because with some of the temperatures you've mentioned in the past, I feel like you can only achieve cold indoor temperatures with air conditioning at that point. So... And don't a lot of air conditioning systems also have a heating mode? Because I think I've seen at least some that have a heating mode, as well as a cooling mode. It's really not that many allies of the council. Nope. But yeah, like if you have air conditioning that has a heating mode, can you just switch that to heating? I mean, it could be that it's really inefficient. I don't know. Yes. It was a very important chat message. Ah, okay. Well, I personally haven't really used an AC for heating before, but if you don't have another way of heating, then presumably it's useful. Like, it is something. I mean, maybe a space heater would be more efficient, I don't know. Well, sure, you can use your oven to heat, but like, if you have to use your oven anyway, then it becomes efficient again. Same for, like, if you had to, like, do some laundry anyway. Because that does generate a bit of heat. Okay. And I lockpick it. Yes. Okay, this very stressful thing again. Yeah, I mean, some PCs are basically space heaters. Sure, that works too. But they do also have heated blankets. So, if you ever run out of suffering and self-inflicted torment, heated blanket might be nice. What's that? A piston octogun. I think I'm just stealing stuff from someone's house. Probably. Why do they have a vending machine? No, 2 vending machines even. And elevators? Fine, it might not be someone's house. Is this something I can interact with? Nope. Okay. Oh, that's another ally of the council. I made friends with an outworlder many years ago when our society was not so isolationist. It wasn't long before this friend offered me Naki. I was young, I didn't know any better. Before I knew it, I was hooked. It took me years to recover from the addiction. I'll never trust an outworlder again. I'm proud to be an ally of the council. They're right in voting yes on Proposition 5. So, presumably that was the... If you bring drugs, you have to consume all of them in one go as punishment. Yes. Shall outworlder possession of narcotics be punishable by death likely sentence? Immediate complete use of all substances in possession. Well, technically it doesn't say all narcotic substances in possession. So I guess I'm gonna have to, like, eat my ink as well, because it's a substance. And technically you can consume it. Doesn't mean you should. But you know, it's a liquid, so it's not impossible. Anyhow. Outworlders who spread their poison into our society deserve to die. Trouble me no more. Okay. Apparently I'm taking notes on the actual thing. But why didn't I take a note on the previous one? So... both of them seem to know stuff. We should have had a blueprint from the very beginning. You can't improvise architecture. That's a very concerning start to a conversation. You just wing it. Who needs blueprints when you're building something? It's not like a roof could ever collapse or anything. Just don't worry about it. So. You stop being so moody, Brunto. Be glad you're not stuck working on the surface of the planet. We're allies of the council. Let's act like it and focus. My buddy 12 just received a memo from the High Council detailing their decision on Proposition 1. Like, last I checked, I think it was either 25 or 50 followers. So. Proposition 1. Shall the maximum ramp angle throughout Votorn be 45 degrees? Maximum ramp angle initiative? Who cares about that? Why don't we build a shell around the planet instead? Pretend it never even existed. We could become a new Democratus. Wait. So, instead of having the ring around the planet, just enclosing the entire planet and pretending the planet underneath never existed. Is that the plan? That doesn't sound very nice to the people living on the planet. You stop complaining. Let's focus on the memo. Not until these undesirables leave. Greetings, I'm Buddy 12, Bubbly Barbara, personal assistant. I serve all my owner's emotional and filing needs. My owner is currently unavailable. Right, I don't have the robot along at the moment. What's her skill? Analyze? No. So it's 50 followers. Okay. Like... Is that the previous ones? Because I know they cut most of those requirements in half. So, I think it's still an average of 3 viewers, but I think they lowered some of the other requirements. I mean, I looked it up not that long ago, but I still don't know them by heart. I mean, it's been a while since I needed to know those numbers. And back then the numbers were different. Back in my day. Yeah, so 25 followers, 4 hours of streaming on 4 different days. To reach an average of 3, right. And I think there was also something about if you have streams in between that don't reach that threshold, they won't count that against you. Something like that. So, you know anything? Interface for the Voton Lost and Found, Standard Issue, Buddy 12, Bebo Bot. I've no add-on infrared interfaces, advanced heuristics, or remote communications skills of any kind. It's okay, I don't mind. Perfectly happy being on the very bottom rung of the very tall ladder of models of Bebo Bot. It suits me fine that each and every other Bebo Bot is leaps and bounds better than me. Nothing I like better than the bottom of the food chain existence here. Looking for useless items that my oh-so-smart masters have left behind. Stuff a pocket calculator could keep track of. But I digress. How may I help you? Find lost items? Oh yes, please. Thank you so much for your kind assistance. 2 bits of advice. Do not bother the council. Bebo bots have scoured that area, and butler bots are constantly cleaning the Republic Inn. So the item must have been left around Rotan somewhere. Hurry, because someone might find it and take it. Okay, get ready. Somewhere there is a bottle of whitened ale. Oh. What? What sort of lost and found system is that? It's more like a treasure hunt. Oops. Don't know where that would be though. But then again, somewhere. It's not very descriptive. What's that? Don't know. There are farms in the agricultural sections of the ring that grow hundreds of varieties of vegetables. One of these vegetables, the squizzle beet, is quite poisonous. If the chef doesn't prepare it just right, it can be fatal. But it's the poison that gives the best... It gives the beet its distinctive flavor. So... does that mean the final product does contain the poison? It's just been made harmless somehow? Because I would have guessed it's like with the pufferfish where you're supposed to not have the final food product contain the poison. Oh well. So, right, I needed some sort of juice. Which one was it exactly? Quack, quack. Quack, quack juice. There. Okay. So... oh, that was just my mouse cursor. Because I was thinking that maybe there was something in that flower bed, but no. But yeah, so I have information on 2 of the 8 propositions so far. So, still need plenty more. People standing on the stairs. This side. I mean, who knows? Maybe it is. Like, I'm not 100% sure about the timeline of that, but maybe. So, I have the juice. I think that's the right guy. I didn't think you were actually going to get me a juice. You made my day. The inside scoop is the High Council vote yes on Proposition 3. Are they just going to vote yes on everything? Okay. So... yeah, but really, why didn't it mark the last one? It was from this guy? Yeah, don't know. Like, he does have all of those dots. So, why doesn't that opinion count? Okay, so now I have either 2 or 3 of the answers. So, need more people with dots on their skulls. Wrong number of dots. Anything up here? Nope. That's not a door. Any door down here? Interesting. Okay. So, guess I can lockpick that. Yes. Almost. Last one. One off. Come on. So close. I think I had it. It just took a tiny bit too long. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing today and what were you streaming? Don't mind me, I'm just lockpicking. It's a very time-sensitive minigame for some reason. And final one. There. Got it. Yes. Hey. So, what's that? A Bane wave. Okay. Sure. What do I use that for? You were streaming Stellar Blade, trying out the 2K resolution. The 2K resolution for streaming or for the game, or both? Because I haven't really tried the 2K stream resolution. I think that one's still in like a some sort of like testing phase at this point. So, Banewave is Mistech. Okay. Sure. Oh, nice. How did it go? I hope it's stable enough. So, need to find more of the people with the 6 dots on their heads. Your connection was able to handle it. Nice. But yeah, earlier today we were discussing the fact that I'll probably need to update my graphics card, as in like, upgrade, buy a new one, soon enough. So. Not sure which one that's going to be yet, but it's a daunting process. And I mean, yeah, some of the new features that Twitch is rolling out, I'd only have access to those if I get the right type of graphics card. So, like, I'm not sure I'd be able to stream at 2K. Probably not. Not that these games really necessitate that. Like the, I think it's called AV1? Basically a thing that's gonna allow for streaming at different resolutions simultaneously, basically. So, yeah. Yeah, my point is that that's another thing where there's going to be limitations to who can do that based on their hardware. So, yeah. Like, I don't know the proper terms for anything, but there's something about it where my graphics card, as far as I know, wouldn't be able to do that, but some new ones can, and blah blah, long story short, if I want to be able to do the things, then I need to choose the right thing. Yeah, I know that it's not really that common yet. But they are kind of trying to roll it out. So, like, they were talking about it when TwitchCon was happening last year. So, yeah. It's definitely not fully done. I am aware of that, but, like, it is getting to the point where it's not sure if they're testing it yet or soon, but it's becoming more relevant. Anyway, would Pal be able to interact with another robot? Possibly. I feel like that might be the case. So I guess I'll have to go back to the shuttle and then look for Pal there again. But maybe I can find more in here. Yep. Writing articles for Council News Nightly about 2 of today's initiatives. The Wogi Dorch herding initiative and the color related initiative. So I guess these are supposed to be the colors. I can't finish either one. Okay. Can't find chief representative for surface horticultural agriculture Daskin anywhere. Need his feedback. He'll know better than anyone how the council would vote on door herding. It is pretty weird how this planet is super democracy focused, but at the end of the day, everyone's just trying to vote the exact same as the council. So all the research is about what is the council already voting, so I can do the same thing. Camped outside his room for most of the afternoon. Is famous for always staying in room 401 at every hotel he goes to. He won his term of office by a mere 401 votes or something. Okay. So, can I just access the rooms? And if so, is there an elevator? Okay, that doesn't open. You played this game back when you were a teenager, but couldn't finish it because of a bug. Yeah, that's quite annoying. I do remember, for example, when I was playing Spellforce 2, I also ended up with a bug that didn't allow me to continue the game because it kept getting stuck in a cutscene where the camera would just float off. And I think there was patch for it, but there was also the, if you switch it to English mode, somehow, as in from German to English, somehow that fixes the bug because the original language is German, and somehow in the English version of the game it doesn't have that bug. So, yeah. Janky games. 401. He's It's not here. What's that? A taco. Totally arbitrary collectible something. What a crummy map. No legend, no directions. These streets don't even make sense. It's giving me a headache. Maybe the doctor can figure it out. Okay. Without legend or directions, there's no frame of reference for this. Or is there? Is there? Okay, what's her minigame going to be? Analyze simulates the thought connecting process of Rose's brain as she figures out a diagram or machine. You must select the converters below in the correct order to convert the initial shape and color to the end shape and color. Some converters insist on a specific shape and color to convert from, so watch out. And I'm sure it's going to be timed again, it always is. What am I doing? There? Wait, I need to get it back to red. There? Enter? No? Guess I need to restart. Okay. It's a very strange minigame. So... there? No. And then... I'll do this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. There. Okay. So I need to use all of them. So, meet here. The key to effectively analysing a problem is not to think too hard. Yes, less thinking is how you analyse a problem. Maybe a view from a higher vantage point might prove more illuminating. Let's try outside. Okay. More heel grease. Nice windows. Very turquoise out there. Can't interact with that. Nothing else in here. So... guess I'm just heading back. Don't know who these people are. Reports of red bipedry loose in the building. Don't find it tonight, they're gonna vote me off the security staff. Okay. Good luck. Why are you staring at the corner? Stress eats at me like femme fever, forehead rot. Yes. Yes, that's what I always say when staring at the wall. You having a nap over here? She keeps wriggling out of her ropes. What? Then tie them tighter. I'll just be on my way. Yep, that was the top floor. Why is there a person face planting? Wait, is that? The head is stuck in the elevator, isn't it? Ow. Doing okay, clearly. So quit playing with the elevator doors. It's against regulations to obstruct the elevator. Ow. Anyway. Thanks again for the raid. Hope you get some good sleep. Don't get your head stuck in an elevator. Yeah, they're gonna wait for that elevator for a while. Don't know where that guy is. The one who always stays at that specific room number. Maybe I can ask over here. Lots of important people stay at our hotel. Take Merle Droid, for instance. He's an assistant to the High Councilman Halpert, the leading proponent against Proposition 4. Wait. Proponent... Is proponent for or against something? Don't mind me just looking up the definitions of basic words. Someone who's in favor of something. Okay. So, proponent as opposed to opponent. Okay. So... Wait. But proponent against for. So... That's such a weird way to put it. So, the leading person who is for being against the thing. Well, the confetti is still a thing. So... Proposition 4? That's the one about the color of the festival of choice. So, the leading proponent, leading person being for, being against Proposition 4. So I think that means no on Proposition 4. Now that's a very confusing way of wording that. As you know, Halbert's an influential member of the council, as well as the man representing our section of the ring. I believe the Tute Bros are staying on the 3rd floor. Can't tell you which room. We've had to eject 3 groupies and a cyborg in the last 2 hours. Okay. Critically acclaimed film cinematographer Dylan Dale is having a tantrum in one of our leisure suites. And someone who paid me $200 not to reveal his name is staying here. All in all, I think we have an extremely popular establishment. Please leave, unless you're staying. So, how much for giving up Merle Droid's suite number? Think I'm that easy? Kind of information would cost you a lot of money. 100 loonies? And I'll throw in a freebie. Sure. 201. Okay. So, 201, 304. Don't go bothering them. You'll just get me into trouble. So. Time to go to room 201. That's right here. I don't like their numbering system. And I need to lockpick it. I'm sure nobody's gonna mind that. It'll be pretty awkward if the person who's staying in this room is waiting over at the elevator right now. Or if they're currently inside that room. Just the hotel employee who's lockpicking. Go to room service. No? Okay. I can kind of almost rate it. To the person's name, whatever their name was, from so-and-so councilman, blah blah. Or high councilman, so-and-so. After 3 furious days of endless debate, those infernal idiots decided to make the thingy the official color of the next year's festival. How will I even face the Burnt Umber Consortium after this something defeat? My heart is something something. Think of the children. Prepare an apology letter immediately. I'd rather they hear it from me first. There are something something and something something in the fridge. If you get hungry, don't forget to walk the dog, presumably. Okay, so they also voted yes on 4. Fine. I do think they probably voted yes on everything. Oh, scones in the fridge. Okay. Very important information. Nothing in here. Would have been a good spot for a collectible. Heel grease. Nothing else, I think. So that means he's poisonous. I think the other room was 304. Oop. Are you sleeping over there? Totally the actual real room service. I'll just save before I get myself into too much trouble. My career is going down the toilets and supplied with standard issue hard foam bevel pillows. And now Outwarders walk into my room and harass me while I rest. Please take all my belongings too. I'd hate for there to be an upside to the day. Don't worry, I won't look. Steal like all the Outwarders do. Go on. Alright. I'll just take that. Double up bracer. And I'll take this. I mean, it basically said I could steal everything, so... Maybe I wasn't going to this time. Okay, that doesn't seem to open. Okay. That's not a cabinet that I can open either. Nope. Probably nothing back here. No. Okay. We'll just be on our way. Still, this situation. Yeah, like maybe he just likes having his head squeezed between the elevator doors. Just helps him focus. Can't find that person. I guess I'll search that room again. And that was about Proposition 7. Maybe I just didn't look closely enough. No newspaper. Oh, I think this might have been the place where we found the weird puzzle thingy. Yeah. Okay. High vantage point. Okay. What's that? There's some creatures singing over there. So, time to find some sort of vantage point. So, how do I do that? here? Is that high enough? One of Section 8's pleasant vantage points. Press Memorable Memories picture button, which costs 1. I think the currency was called loonies. Check out the strange map here. Yes, that. Dr. Bowman has the map. Okay. Kind of matches up. So... like, does it match up well enough? Yeah, it does. Kind of a weird way to organize a meeting, but... yeah, there you are. Hello. Figures planet dwellers would be involved in all this business. When I received the map several days ago, it didn't take me long to determine the meeting spot. So here I am. Here you are. Where's my wife? I mean, I really don't know the answer. I really just want to know what her stance is, and saying that I know where she is and then going, actually I don't, I feel like that might get me into trouble. So, we'll just go with the very straightforward, honest answer of, what wife? I just want to know the council's stance on whatever the number for the proposition is. Really? Just kidding. No, he kidnapped my wife. I'm just a big prankster. Don't even have a wife. The High Council will vote no on the herding initiative. You're welcome. Okay, so which one was that? Shall planet dweller deforestation of Wagri's forest for dort herding be allowed? So, they're voting no on 7. Okay. So, for some reason this one doesn't count as being crossed off yet. Okay. Right, I do need to get back to the shuttle to get Pal to potentially talk to them. Or actually, how about some nagging? Nope. Fine. Can't annoy them into giving me the information. Guess not, then. Okay. They don't have the right number of dots in their heads. I think that was the apartment building. Or, well, hotel building. Not apartment. Okay. And that was the lost and found robot. Don't know how to get back to the shuttle, but I'll just have to figure it out. And that door doesn't open. Interesting. Not the right number of dots. Don't think that's a door. Nope. I think it might have been through here. But I don't know. Where does this go? Huh. That's what we were looking for. There. The lost bottle. Don't know what to do with that, but I have it now. I mean, how do you lose a bottle of wine without it breaking? Like, to me, the implication of losing something is more in terms of, like, oh, unintentionally putting it down somewhere. So, this seems more like misplacing it. Because I think you have to quite gently put down a wine bottle for it to not break. Like, if you drop it, it's probably gonna break. At least if the puddles of wine that I've seen at grocery stores are anything to go by. So, Hal, come along. And Grumpos, you stay behind for now. There, that's the way out. Uh-huh. But like when someone says I lost my phone, you probably don't think of that person like, I don't know, putting down their phone on a table and just forgetting that it's there, right? Maybe it's just me. Like, to me, I'd think more of, like, it falling out of their pocket. Because if you intentionally placed it somewhere, isn't it more losing track of it? So, where were those two guys and their robots? There. Found them immediately. Despite our different designs, it looks like our CompTalk data links are infrared compatible. Would you like to interface with me? I've never interfaced with a beatbot before. Sure. Do it? Is it working? Interface, please? I don't think this is working. Am I stuck in this conversation, kind of? Ah. Up here? Is that it? What? How am I supposed to interface? There. Okay. Huh? Why isn't it working? Before this stuff worked. I think it's broken. The game's broken. Okay, this time it works. I'd never play a broken game. There. To Brady from Ms. Redfoot. I've been made aware of the High Council's decision for Proposition 1. They decided to vote yes on the measure, meaning all ramps that exceed 45 degrees must be redesigned. Okay. So, yes on 1. That was fantastic. Can't believe how much science you know. My circuits are tingling. We should interface again sometime. Well, I guess that worked. So... Still don't know why that one guy who was standing on that pedestal, why that council allies opinion apparently doesn't count the same way. Because I don't think he said that the council disagreed with that. As far as I know, this game is, well, rated to, not really have anything that wouldn't be allowed on Twitch. So, I guess robots are fine, at least in this context. They were just being friendly with each other. Um... Hmm. So does that mean the council disagrees with this person? Chairman of the Bipedry, whatever, is made aware of the council's vote on Proposition 6 this morning. Couldn't get him to spill the beans. I feel like I was wearing him down. Okay. Shirt isn't very well ironed. Feeling I'm being watched. Fine. So I think now I need the guy I just left behind. Probably. Because I feel like her talent's probably not going to be useful for this. Nope. Okay. There we go. Unless, can I switch in the menu somehow? Probably not. Double up bracer? Okay. They've all got the best stuff equipped now. Anyway, I think I'll need the yammering skill. Again. So... how do I get back to the shuttle again? Maybe through here? Yes. Should be right around this corner. Yes, there he is. And you switch around with Pal again. Sorry, Pal. Guard the ship? Oh, he kind of gets stuck on the door. Sorry, Pal. So, back this way. Well, technically, it's not so much that I choose to play them. I just put them on the game poll, and then everyone gets to vote. And I put the games on the poll based on which ones are suggested, but sometimes I do have to narrow it down a bit. So, similar to the planet that I'm currently on in-game, it is all about voting. Just that, in this case, it's not about everyone having to vote the same way. So... time to yammer. I don't know why this minigame is so much easier than all the other ones. Because it gives me a lot of time for this one. I hate to interrupt, my 2 cents are worth as much as yours, and maybe even a penny more. So, wait, his 2 cents are worth 3 cents? That doesn't sound good for the economy. You see me standing on a soapbox spouting my why and wherefores? I just want a moment to tell a little story from my yesteryears. I ain't spinning no tale or weaving no yarn here. Weaving yarn? Wouldn't you be spinning yarn? It's pure truth. Long years ago, there was a time I owned a bipedry. I'd left the military for a soul-searching quest to find myself. I spent an Indian summer building a cabin in the Cornican backwoods. It was complete with a chicken coop and a domestic bippy for companionship. It sang while I worked. I remember that fall fondly. In my youthful optimism, I named him... I'd probably butcher that name if I tried to pronounce it. After the Hispanist singer. Even though he was dumb as a plumb bob, I had to love him. The poor thing was a castrato. You see, bipedry breeders cut off their tiny whizzer-mabobs before they reach pubertus, so they retain their soprano voices. How could I not feel for him? Well, 2 weeks into winter and everything turned south on a dime, a Hannigan fox broke into the chicken coop and enjoyed a 5-course dinner. The same week, a water pipe sprang a leak over my winter rations. I was getting hungry and... name was getting nervous. He stopped singing altogether in order to be less conspicuous. Conspicuous, yeah. But it didn't help. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. Oh no, 2 days. And there was a Gorian opera acting up in my stomach. Not saying that you should not eat, just like 2 days is not close to dying of starvation as far as I'm aware. So, apparently after 2 days he's gonna eat his pets. My options were quickly disappearing. It was with a heavy heart that I approached his cage. He looked up at me with those huge, weepy eyes, then he saw the gutting knife in my hand. I still remember the look on his face. Bipedry meat isn't tender, my friend. I was a strong arm in my youth, and he made for an uphill cut job. His limbs were especially fibrous. You get your knife caught in a blood hose, and you're looking at some soaked meat. Took me half an hour just to cut around his vein cavity and such. Point is, you're talking to the wrong man if you're looking for sympathy when it comes to eating the farm. Making laws isn't going to stop a starving man from killing a walking ball of meat, son. Frankly, if they're slaughtered the same way cattle are, I don't see the problem. So, go stuff it up your goose pipe. Shock. Cold-hearted people such as yourself are the reason the High Council vote no on Proposition 6. So... Proposition 6 was felony to possess, sell, or export bipedal meat. So, they voted, or are voting, no. Okay. But yes. Found your voice. We know your opinion. Please excuse yourself. Okay. So I still need to know about position 2 and proposition 2 and 8. So the cyclical vomit torture proposition and marriages between ring dwellers and planet dwellers. Well, that story was a journey. Makes me think that, if they actually ran out of food on that shuttle, he would have been the first to suggest who to, cook for dinner the next day. So, already got the answer from him. Two more. But I mean, if he is publicly opposing what the council is voting, then wouldn't that mean he's no longer an ally of the council? Because he has a different opinion, which is not allowed. And these elevators don't work. Yeah. I thought there was something on the ground here. No. A shield cell. Is that one better than the ones we already have? Doesn't seem like it's better. But I'll be able to sell it. Selling the cell. Okay. None of them have the right number of dots in their heads. So I'm going to order. So the guy who was sitting out in this section. Do you have any information I need? Don't talk about the Emperor. Okay. Same as before. Always with that weird bird flying towards me. Okay. I guess I'll have to check inside the other buildings. That one doesn't open. So that settles that. Nope. That's the juices. No other doors there. That doesn't go anywhere. That's not a door. No door there. Or collectible. Already searched here. Already talked to those two. Who am I missing? Wonderful film community. Sure. Oh. Dang it. Need to switch back again. Why do I always need to switch back and forth? As soon as I switch them around, I need the person who I just switched away from. Well, person or robot. It's like the game is trolling me. I mean, why do they really need to guard the shuttle? It's broken, so... How are you gonna steal a broken shuttle? I guess they could take, like, parts out of it. That would be a problem. So... Rumpus, stay behind again. Out of commission. Back we go again. It feels like that's one of the ways that this game used to extend its average playtime. Having puzzles that require all the characters, but you can only have 3 characters at once. And you can have up to... how many exactly? So, an additional 3. So you can have up to 7. But you can only have 3 active at once. But a place might require for you to explore it fully with all of the characters. So, where was that port? Under here? Yes. Found it. Now I just need to do the mini game. So. Nope. Whoops. Undoing mistakes is also not that easy. But it's also quite a strict timer. I guess I already got the first 2 wrong. But. So, should go for straight line, and then maybe turn? No. Can I still fix it? Yes. And it is... not sure. Some sort of equipment, I think. Okay. Still need more council members. But I guess if those extra puzzles aren't necessarily plot essential ones, then I guess it's fine. In some cases, it's just going to be difficult to tell. So... I'd assume I can't brute force the last two answers, but just saves coming. Since the game keeps track of all the progress I've made with figuring it out, it feels like if I haven't had the conversation with the right character, then it doesn't count, even if I know the answer. Anything in here? Don't see anything. Just as a reminder, I've mentioned it previously, but on my end, the game is a lot darker than on your guys' end, so yeah. There's only so much I could do with my monitor settings to try and fix the fact that the gamma setting in the game doesn't work for me. And nothing here. Don't see anything useful. So I found the item, now what? I have something you're looking for. There's the bottle of ale. Thank you so much for finding this. Here's your payment. $7. Thanks. So glad I did that. I mean, at least there was some entertainment value. It was definitely a silly quest. I think human males such as yourselves are incredibly attractive, but they don't seem very interested in democratic women. Guess we're not lumpy enough for you. Being an outworlder, how do you feel about Proposition B, which would forbid marriages between ring dwellers and human planet dwellers? Being an ally of the council, I know how the vote will sway. Just curious what you think. I'll tell you which way they voted if you're willing to give me a kiss. And you teleported away. Are you the person I was talking to? I've got an elderly friend who wants to kiss you. Really? I don't want to run all the way back again, so... At least it's free! Unlike the juice I had to buy the other one. Stop, I'm going to blush. Okay, I'm ready. Oh my, feeling a little bit faint. It's a good thing the council voted no on Proposition B. Okay. Oh, no, Proposition 8, not Proposition B. Yeah, Proposition 8. Marriages shall not be recognized, so no on Proposition 8. I hoped I'd bag one of you sooner or later. Oh well. Thanks for the thrill. Well, that was awkward. Okay, now I just need to learn about the vomit torture one. Yeah. Which is a perfectly normal phrase. Don't know. I mean, there's so many countries and propositions, so... Not sure if it's gonna be a reference to a very specific one. But, like, this game is from 2001, so... Probably wasn't a reference to stuff that hadn't happened yet. So... 20 years ago, or almost 20 years ago, would technically be after this game was released. And I don't think the proposition would have been a reference to this game. But technically possible? Yesterday's shield proposal. Like us, don't you? Who would ever want to make war on us? We're peaceful. No. But like, I'm not sure like how early on they'd choose the number of a proposition. I don't know. And yes, a lot of these places do feel quite empty. I mean, in some cases they explain it with, oh, it's just nighttime and most people are at home sleeping. But yeah, of course there's gonna be limitations. If you make it too crowded and then you want to have everyone be voice acted and have smooth animations and have them like be completely separate from everyone else instead of just having a bunch of clones. It's gonna be difficult. So, for example, games like City Skylines, I think there how it works is because you have just a lot of identical beings moving around. So I think that makes it a bit more manageable. But, don't know. But those are the types of games where I have seen realistic amounts of crowding, so. Well, running faster, I'm not sure that would help me really. Because I also need to navigate. So, it's not just a limiting factor of the running speed. It's more about the distance between the places. Now, I'd assume there's no setting to make the distance smaller. If I run into the wall faster, it won't really save me time. Where's that last one? Do they know anything? Town council's ineffective. Hal Halpert's the only member of the council who represents how everyday person... the everyday person thinks. Okay. If you say so. Okay. Sense of demonstration forming down there. Should call for backup. Can't have every voice heard, you know what I mean? Yeah, I do seem to be figuring out how this place works. Pretty silly to force everyone to vote, and then force everyone to vote the same thing as well. Just seems like a way to waste everyone's time. They know anything? What if I decided not to vote today? They'll find you, they'll club you, over and over again. Yep, that. One last person. Where would they be? Yeah. I think those two just have the one bit of information that I already have. And that does not open. That's not a door. Did I try and talk to everyone in the lobby down here? Do you have more information? What? Not apologizing first. For what? Why wouldn't they be reasonable? They won't even talk? You there? Are you the second person of this? Hello? Hello? Can I not be stuck on this ramp? Thanks. Who designed this place? Okay. This person doesn't talk at all. So... Maybe I voted wrong. How do you sleep? What was your name again? Talking too much. Okay, thanks. Actually, we need a room? You're no fun. LB20, try 402. Okay. How does this work now? Ah, there they are. I'm confused. Some dumb book. Can you read the dumb book? The Democratus method of science, where I learned the principles to construct the plasma wall. I was 10. Since we're traveling the galaxy, I should keep my eye out for interesting reading like this. Okay. Don't want to analyze it. Guess not. Okay. Don't know what the point of being in this place was, but they now have a room. Technically. I don't think I can switch team numbers here. Yeah, I don't think so. Oh well. That's the stairs. That's the non-functioning elevator. And the one person staring at the wall. Okay. They're not the person I was hearing about. And these two... I hate for you to hear it like this, Ted, but the fellas all took a vote and we've decided you should die. What are you saying? You guys voted to kill me? No, no. I don't think you should be killed, not at all. We just think you should die. Can't believe it, when? Soon. Very soon. Lovely. Can I call my wife? You can do whatever you want, Ted. That guy needs new friends. So many choices. Anything back here? Nope. Don't think these open. Nope. Yeah, flag indeed won't even talk. Is that anything or just missing texture? Apparently just a missing texture. Nope. Nope. I assume there's nothing I can do there. Can I use this computer? Nope. Looks more like a restaurant menu. Wait. Robot. Found a job for you. Okay. Is that gonna work? Don't think so. Doesn't make sense for that to work. Yeah. Need to redo that. And around the corner. And then a straight line. Okay. That's the information I already had. But I guess this was a way to get it for free. But where's that last person? There must be somewhere. I've already searched those rooms. Pretty sure. Yes, it's still okay to guess. And like I've been on vacation in English-speaking countries, but never lived there like long term. Reports that a planet of scientists blew up. Yeah, that happened. Yes, that would give it away. Or at least it would give some stuff away. What? That person just teleported. You someone I should talk to? Stay away before I jump your bones. Okay. Right. So that's the same one I talked to before. Textures are a bit weird here. them make sense. Yeah, so my current location where I'm from are two different places, so. As in, I moved from one country to the next. There has to be one more council ally somewhere. Maybe in this area somehow? Some people already know the answer. So, it's a recurring thing on this channel. So. There is an answer. The answer is not, like, the most well-kept secret, but yeah. Like, so, like, why I grew up there? Because, you know, because I'm from there. Why do people live in non-English speaking countries? Because they do? Why do people live in English speaking countries? Like, I've just learned English, but it's not my first language. I started learning it quite early, but yeah, it was not the first language I learned. And, well, I'd say the continent is not that difficult to guess, considering that over there is sunlight. So, that already narrows it down. Yeah, so, basically, I was living in the country that I am from, and moved to a different country. But, yeah. Just learning English as, well, kind of a mixture between being bilingual and a second language. So, just because it's useful. It's a good language to know, just in general. I mean, sometimes it is a very strange language, as we often discuss on this channel. But that doesn't stop it from being useful. Yeah, like, I am properly native of the country that I'm from. Yeah, that was just the thing to open that door. I mean, close. It is 2:39 p.m. over here, so just one time zone over. But no, not from there. And for the record, I moved within the same time zone. So. I'm sure moving to a different time zone would come with all sorts of complications. Like, if you like have to sign government stuff and you sign it in one country but it's for the other country and it's different time zones and it's a different day depending on which country you're thinking of, then which day do you sign it for? I guess you sign it based on the time zone that you're in, but yeah, just yeah, not sure how that would work. Because like generally you have to provide a date, and that can be different depending on the time zone. They don't have the 6 dots. Where's the last one? Must have run past them or like the door or something. So many times now. Yeah, New Zealand is quite the, I think, almost opposite, if not completely opposite time zone. As in, I think 12 hours difference. Right? No? Maybe? I think it's somewhere around there. Okay, so almost opposite. But I guess with daylight savings, it might depend on the time of year. It's not Friday over here. Oh, wait. Is that place somewhere I should go? I don't think so. Find a massage claw? No thanks. I want to find, well, either a council member or a person who knows how the council members voted. But I don't think that's the right one. That's the one who keeps wandering around. Yeah, exactly. But I think, according to that list, I also only have one left. Yes. You there. Keep away from me. What? Okay. Will do. So... yeah, council vote to number 2. Yeah, for me, it tends to be US streamers who stream exactly while I'm asleep. So if I'm up at like 2 AM, I might be able to catch their stream. Which, I mean, sometimes I am, but not reliably. Yeah, I guess so. Congrats. I mean, I've had some questionable sleep schedules over the years. But, streaming does kind of help with sticking to a somewhat reasonable sleep schedule. At least, my stream schedule helps me with that. There are people whose stream schedule is to, like, start streaming at midnight. And that would not be very healthy for me. Yeah. Yeah, I know that for the US time zones, I tend to stream quite early. So depending on where you are exactly, it's either the people who are staying up late or the people who get up really early who get to watch. And then depending on how long I stream for, I end up streaming for long enough that there are some US streamers who go live. So, yeah. Really, where's the last one hiding? I found so many things, just not the person I need to find. Guess I can ask around here. Emergency session. Already talked to him. Yeah, already talked to them before. They didn't seem to know anything about the council. Well, nothing too specific. Why do all these people keep standing in front of doors? Like, is it their door that they're standing in front of, or someone else's door? I mean, I could try and do the vote, I guess. Just see what happens. Okay, welcome. Get ready to vote. Okay. So, 1 was yes. 2 was... my first guess is no. Then yes. Yes again. Yes again. And then no, no, and no. Voting is complete. Okay, got a card. What does that mean? Yeah, probably shouldn't have done that because the quest seems to still be kind of stuck on the other thing. So, I'll just restore my save. What's that? Oh, I found the claw. So much searching around and so few results. I mean, I guess I could look it up. Presumably someone else has played this game and written down where the locations are. So... I don't know what the planet is called anymore. Proposition 2. I think that's the one I'm stuck on. Read the poster. So, there's a poster. Not quite. Not from the Balkans. Hello. How are you doing today? Which poster was I supposed to read? Maybe over there? Is this one? No? Oh, there. Okay. That gave me the answer. Last month, Council News Nightly broadcast a 5-part series about the failure of cyclical vomit torture as a humane method of capital punishment. They claim not only is vomit torture an unusually cruel form of punishment, but the death penalty itself is a failed system founded on incompetence and racial prejudice. Such a condemnation by the mainstream press moved the Democratic High Council to add an initiative to today's ballot called Proposition 2, which would abolish cyclical vomit torture as a form of punishment for first-degree murder committed by planet dwellers. Their own stance on the initiative is unsurprisingly positive. We're not animals, says Councilman Halbert, Section 8. Can't speak for the whole council, but I will personally vote yes. Okay. There. Now I know. Glad I looked it up, because I was looking for a person. Apparently, all I was looking for was a poster. So. So I guess I'll save again. Huh? So after 12 hours, or 13 hours of game time, it goes back to 0? I'm confused. But yes. Now I can cast the votes. Yes. So, maximum ramp angle was a yes. Vomit torture abolished was a yes. Preparation and selling of the squizzle baits was a yes. The color was a yes. Possession of narcotics was a yes. And felony was to sell the meat or own the meat or whatever was a no. Deforestation was a no. And marriages was a no. Gold council ally card. There. That's what I needed. So, let's meet the High Council. Don't know where that is. Is that a country? I don't know. So, I need to make my way back to where the council meeting is happening. Which way was that? Maybe past here? I don't know. Keep getting lost. Okay, not here, so the other way. Okay. Did I get lost again? Kind of. There, that's the way past the hotel. This way then. Well, I don't just play DOS games, like this one for example, not DOS. But, yeah. Are you saying I'm inspiring you to play DOS games? You're an ally of the council, huh? Okay. Guess you can wait in the lobby until the emergency session is over. Whatever you do, don't disturb them. Okay. I guess that's a good time to save. Is that who I think it is? He already made it in here. Of course he did. Now you get in here. There you are. I was afraid I'd have to find you. Too bad you didn't want me dragging along. Got fed up just waiting and went out to explore. Turns out the guard outside collects antique staffs as a hobby. We jabbered about my walking stick for 10 minutes and became best friends. Said I could kick up my heels in here for a while. Where have you all been? Well, I've had to switch back and forth, so it's not like he's been waiting the entire time. Am I bothering them? I'm probably bothering them. Didn't know what door that was.
Order. Can we please stick to the issue at hand? We must reach a decision before the missiles hit.
Sitting here and squabbling about it isn't going to save us. What we require is swift, decisive action. Someone must fly into the hive and destroy the threat.
I don't think rushing headlong into conflict is the best course of action for the people of Democritus, Hal.
Best course of action? Would you rather sit back and die? There are 64 cascading concussion missiles headed straight for us. Unless we do something in the next 2 hours, this entire planet will be rubble.
This is obviously my fault. I take complete responsibility for our destruction.
Oh, you're all jumping to conclusions. There's no evidence the missiles are even destructive in nature.
Evidence? The virulent hive has been doing this for hundreds of years. Bomb planet, wait for dust to settle, then recolonize to expand hive. What exactly do you think is inside those warheads? Gift baskets?
Yes.
That's quite enough. No one doubts your passion for the subject, Councilman, but this is a democracy. All voices will be heard equally, and you've dominated this session long enough. Now, who will be heard next?
We will.
Hello.
I've heard enough. Give us a fighter. We'll take out this hive while you guys bicker about it.
Who are these people?
Are they serious?
Could we talk about this for a second?
You want to get off this planet or not?
See? Now that's decisiveness. Get this man a fighter.
That's a woman, Hal.
Yes.
Aren't we all forgetting something? The 228 Sparrow is a state-of-the-art asteroid fighter. It packs everything a talented pilot would need to infiltrate and destroy the hive. Except our hangar security systems are still online. There's no time for a subcommittee to approve the activation. So you'd have to fight past a division of deadly sentry rowboats just to access the ship.
Sir, do I look like I care? Where are the keys?
This is insanity. Why fight the hive when we can just steal the fighter and save ourselves?
No kidding. Screw the fighter. Let's grab a warship and fly home in style.
No. I'm not gonna sit back and watch another planet be destroyed.
But we could get popcorn.
Paddington can't let you do this.
Your concern is sweet, pal, and unfortunate because you're coming with us, period.
The robots you're about to destroy are my brothers. I won't help you kill them. Period.
Okay.
Did he just talk smack to me?
Yes.
Has he ever questioned you like that before? Pal, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty pissed off, man.
Congratulations, Boots. Your robots become self-aware. You're a daddy now.
Pal? Self-aware? Hey, where do you get off?
Need I remind everyone of the missiles racing toward the planet?
Right. Stay put. But we're having a serious powwow when I get back, mister.
Ugh, pinch me.
Wait, now he's fine with them going off to destroy his relatives? What a strange robot. Okay. Where exactly was I supposed to go? Need to find it. Okay, they didn't even tell me where. Right, there's so many ramps and stairs. It's too many of those. Hello, evil robots. Time for a fight. Camera angle's a bit weird. There. Now I get to see. You just go fight that robot? Nope, nope, that one's dead. Okay. Then you step closer. Okay. And then attack. That'll probably be enough. Okay. Simple enough. Well, you can suggest it on the Discord. If you're on the Discord. Whoever thinks I should play the game can suggest it. So. Nothing through there. Okay, I guess I'll fight these. Hello, robots. And then... not close enough still. Fine, scooch closer to it. Damn. You forgot about your own Discord, as in you forgot it existed? Ah. Fair. Let's channel point redeem. Because easier to keep track of, mainly. And having an open invite, it leads to a lot of spam on the Discord, so that's why we have that set up. So... I don't go down. The space one? Okay. I guess it is a fitting one. And let's see, where is it? I think I need to tab out of the game for that to work. Yes. There it is. So... down to the hangar? And I guess this way. Yep. Okay. Doesn't work. So. The ranged attacks are really much more useful than the melee attacks. Okay. Where do we go next? Guess that door. Is that the fighter? I think it is.
Mind if I spread my pilot wings?
Be my guest.
Okay. There we go. I hope he's actually good at piloting. Don't know if he is. The camera movements in this game are... well... there's something.
Command Central to strike team. Do you copy? Thumbs up, Command. We're locked in, sitting pretty. What's the plan?
Well, basically, you're to break through the outer defenses, dive as deep into the hive as possible, land the fighter wherever you can, take off on foot, and find a way to deactivate the missiles.
Could you be any more specific, Command?
More specific?
Also, a side door technique into the brood chamber might give you a considerable tactical
Don't
advantage.
listen to him. The advantages of a side door pipe.
We're coming up on the hive. You ladies ready?
I don't know. That's the hive. Why does it just look like a giant clump of mistech? Like, I'm having to watch this through the tiny preview of the stream, because otherwise... this is... yeah, the camera movements are too much. Oh, of course, now I need to actually do stuff. Didn't manage that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What is this? Yeah. Ew. Huh? I don't know what this is. Why is this? Huh? Huh? What? What's going on? Okay, I go through there. Nope, didn't get that one. Hope the segment won't be too long. I don't like this segment. Ow. Really? What am I supposed to do? Okay. Bizarre. Okay. Why is it like this? I think this is my health going down. Not great. What am I supposed to do here? They just keep respawning endlessly. Okay, I just shoot the middle thing. Okay. Sure. Am I done? Nope, nope, not done. Hi. Who in the dev team went, let's make part of the game be inspired by roller coasters that tend to make people nauseous? That's gonna be a great idea. Everyone's gonna want that game. So why the constant reloading? Okay, now I need to destroy that thing. There. I'm not sure I can save at this point. Doesn't look like it. So if I die, I just have to redo the entire thing again. I'm sure it's gonna be great. Such a weird minigame to add in. Wouldn't be surprised if after this there's gonna be a cutscene where whatever his name is gets told off for his flying skills, because yeah, I wouldn't hire him as a pilot. Like, sure, he isn't crashing into anything, but feels like he shouldn't be flying with passengers ever. Through there. I won't be able to try this for much longer, honestly. Can I at least pause? Yes, okay. I really don't like this part. I'm just gonna sit on the pause screen for a bit. No reason. Yeah, I'm not controlling the movement, I'm just controlling the shooting. So, yeah. I really, like, my motion sickness has gotten a lot better. In part because for some reason it's just a side effect of medication that I'm taking for other stuff. So, either way, like, even though I have medication that as a side effect is really helping with my motion sickness, this is still setting it off. So I'm really glad that I didn't play this game before that medication. Because oh boy, this one's bad. Yes, it's like a never-ending surprise roller coaster. So, yeah. If any of you are struggling with watching this part, I can relate. I'm struggling with playing it. So, yeah. Like, it's slowly getting better. Do any of you know how many more of those giant plus-shaped thingies I need to go after? Because, like, I think it's been 2. Like a red one and a yellow one. I have a sneaking suspicion it's gonna be 2 more. Because, like, probably blue and green, I would guess. Or maybe just blue. Like, just going for the primary colors. But previously in this game, it did go for, like, yellow, red, blue, and green. Okay, so should hopefully just be a blue one left. That would be something. So, I hope you're right. Okay, let's continue. For those of you who are also fellow motion sickness people, you have been warned. I'll let you know when this segment is over. But I don't get to look away. Okay. That almost looked like one of those cross thingies, but I guess it wasn't the right one. I'm not sure if there's a different button other than the on-screen one. But, like, the on-screen one gives me an excuse to look away from camera movements for a second, so... Ah, okay. So, that might be the problem. Okay. So I do need to somewhat navigate, if... So if I don't go there... Is that just the way back? I don't know. Yeah, I can't save. Can't access the menu or anything. Okay. So how am I supposed to know how to go from here? Just not that one? Maybe? Maybe that one? No. Wait. Am I supposed to not do that? I don't know. Maybe that way? Is there a third option? Res. So maybe that one. Okay. Okay, so there, or I think that's back. Is that back? What is that thing? need to fight that. Is it even taking damage? There's two of them now. I don't know if it's taking damage. But I am losing a lot of health, so that's not good. Yeah, I think I'll have to redo the entire segment. That's gonna be great. I think I died. Right? Let me skip this part. Does that count? Do I get to skip this entire segment, please? Please, no more cutscene with weird flying mechanics. Landed. I did not like that. Okay. I am saving. Okay. That sure was a mini game. Out of all the mini games ever made, this sure was one. Not one that I would recommend. It is also quite warm in this room at the moment, so yeah. I think this might just end up being the end of this stream. Because yeah, that was too much of that. Like, that was at least 4 times as much of that as would have been reasonable. So that's enough for me for today. So where's the quit button? There. Yes, I'll be getting some fresh air and probably also laying down. So, but in the meantime, who do we want to raid? Who's playing a game that looks the least motion sickness inducing? Let's see. If you guys have recommendations, let me know. I mean, Tivik is currently streaming and, well, I rarely even get to see her live at all, so I am tempted. But it is apparently Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, and I'm thinking that's a more modern one. We'll just find out. So. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad at the moment, at least. So. Good enough. Anyhow, that's it for me for today. I'll be back on Tuesday with more Jagged Alliance. Wednesday we'll be continuing more Monkey Island 3. And Thursday we'll be continuing Anachronox, hopefully with less of these cutscenes. But I guess we'll find out. So, yes, that's that. And you can click the links in chat if you feel like it. There. So, thanks for watching. I'll see you next week on Tuesday. Bye.